Hello. So I was an idiot and streamed until like gone 3 in the morning last night. You can tell that I'm not at work at the minute. But today is Friday, which means Final Fantasy XIV. Because we love alliteration. And last time in Final Fantasy we beat the 7.2 patch MSQ where we went up against the Beatrix analog, which was kind of cool. Let's do 7.3, where we will go up against someone. I'll go up against you. You would love me up against you. Wait, what? How you doing, Gwyd? I'm presuming I need to go to the back room. Yeah. Frustrated, but meh. Frustrated because savage, or because I'm not up against you? Savage, but also car issues. Oh dear. Yeah, my friend is having to go through the process of trying to find a new car at the minute because his brakes have just completely gone. Like, the car was fucked anyway, but it's now, like, not even drivable. Hello, everybody. I decided let's do a little bit of Picto, because I also quite like this glam. And it feels like it fits Picto. Yeah. Let's do it. If you have a moment, Geode wants to take stock of the current situation. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Does that mean that I need to go to the base outside? No, he's here. Okay. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandra is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidences since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend... Sorry, I've been drinking. I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated. That evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favour of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But it is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galul Jar and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thank you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lands Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolal. Alphano and Alizé will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join After's group, if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. Huh. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix, then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. I've been fine all day, and then as soon as I hit start stream... I mean, it might be the lights, but... That's when my body decides, nah, you're just a snot machine now. Couldn't have anything to do with the copious amounts of caffeine in my drink. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. And so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for it. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the spectre of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me that you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I laid claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. After and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. I still, for some reason, want to read it as recreation instead of recreation. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that'll learn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Are the sentries and airwheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sveen said so. Ah, the memories. Used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning. Or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it's done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So, if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's gonna get very ugly. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out the sky. He didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday. I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. After. A word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. Yeah, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Hello, Tingles. How do? I've not broken Burnbot. Burnbot's just colourful now. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who'd jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. You the one that doesn't listen to you at all. Hey, I listen. I have a stable version from before I did anything that I've saved separately. Okay? So worst case scenario, I have something I can revert back to. I'm an idiot, but I'm not stupid. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. You know what would have saved me from having that? Git, the thing you were going to teach me about, you dum-dum. Look, you can still teach me about the thing, but I have a workaround until I know about the thing, okay? It's fine. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? Sorry, I was assigned to clearing away debris. Didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. I think it's time we rejoined Kral and Sveen. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kral say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. White dust, you say? I'm not sure it's the kind you want to be snorting. I think it's the kind that would normally be stored in an urn. Like when you kill someone with a laser weapon in Fallout. The dog knows not the difference. Cocaine, grandma, same. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who'd removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being attacked over everyone else? To drive fear into the other people that didn't have regulators? Based solely on the lack of neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they've clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. Chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I'd imagine. And so Calyx has chosen these least likely to accept his vision as victims to stroke fear and panic. There was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. You could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. But where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? The usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents. None knew what had become of it. Now, both stories speak of missing remains as suspicious enough. The shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. After, we need your help. We've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it. The new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. They're fighting each other? And now that one's corrupted. I want to be able to have the malfunctioning screen. Okay, that is pretty creepy.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Oh.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
An Oblivion member,
No
by the looks
weapons,
of it.
which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
No, the Levin sickness kid.
Go to them, quickly!
Oh, I swear to God, if they end up killing him.
Wayakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother,
Ooh,
please.
actual blood. That's rare.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
As soon as he's out of the sickness, having a look after his mum.
Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
He's a good kid. The promise of tomorrow. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Our comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. He's dead, Jim. Isadora's gonna be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. Don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally, like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I am sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. And Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. And we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all cost. Our thanks here. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. I'm not very good at reading today. Maybe it's got something to do with the fact I was streaming until 3 AM. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and we've been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so we shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Listen for the sounds of gunshots. You see no sign of Geode. Wayakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode? Geode, answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. The neighbouring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Found him.
This is the only place left. Let Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
They're using a fucking ray gun. Oh no, it's like a battery? It kind of looks like a Scream container from Monsters, Inc.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
Oh, they didn't subtitle that one. Bet you wish you had a gunblade now. Smack him with it. Pretend it's a gunblade. Yeah! No, don't throw it, you fucking idiot.
You can't be here. You need to run now.
What? Oh, you sneaky fucker.
A trap.
But that one's not malfunctioning.
Take care of the others, eh?
I feel like he could run away. Like, not without getting hurt, but I think he could probably get past the one that was approaching him.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
The gun. Twins. Oh no. Geode is now dust.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx.
I suppose endless
What could
theme
you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
inhabited those the sentries as well.
To generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
There is a cold, calculating logic to that, so I can understand it. Don't have to like it, but I can understand it.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek other victims. Just because they're further away doesn't stop it.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Oh, it's flawed logic.
My work, then. There is much to do if I must take the key
It's
back.
purely mechanical logic. So the thing is, he's just abandoned that soul cell as well. Because he's not taking it anywhere. Like, he didn't have one of the guys run away with it whilst he spoke to us through another one, which would have been the smarter thing to do. But yeah, it is flawed logic. He's throwing away potential, even time-limited potential. Someone with his supposed intelligence should keep that in mind. But here we are. You just think he's a boring-ass villain. He's just the average Mechanus in 40k. You can understand his stance. Well, yeah, it's like... The whole... it's the trolley problem. Basically. By killing 11% of the population, he can save 5,000 people for 800 years. Like, purely from a like a mathematical standpoint, a cold computational standpoint, like that math adds up, assuming that the 11% is not more than the 5,000, at which point it gets a bit woody as to whether or not that's worth it. But then it becomes less about the math and it becomes more about the ethical debates and how you know who is worthy of saving. Because, like, he's just letting the people decide by them being registered. So it's an opt-in service, but that doesn't mean that he's necessarily getting the people with, like, the most potential, so it's flawed in that aspect as well. Like, there's a lot of things wrong with Calix's plan. I don't really understand why he's going about it the way that he is. I understand that he was a founding member of Preservation and that he is looking to save, in his own interpretation, people by making them endless. But despite the fact that he's so sort of militant about saving people, he doesn't seem to actually care about the people he is saving, which is a very odd, like, gap. You fully don't care for Calix or the way he did things. Kind of felt like he's just there to take up time. I can understand that. It stagnates the entire culture and makes it so if anything happens, there's no way to grow the society ever again or anything. Mathematically, it's even flawed. Well, that's just flawed with the Endless. Like, the Endless can still create intellectual properties. Like Calix himself, we assume, is an Endless. But even if he's not, like, Kefkiwa was an Endless, but she was still able to do things. And by inhabiting the Outrunner, she was able to do things in a physical plane. It would dwindle fast, especially since he doesn't know shit about the source where they now live. Yeah. You mean reproduction or anything? If someone leaves or the database is hacked or someone physically hits a server, etc., everything's game over. Yeah. Yeah, and that's... We've got a literal recent event that proves that when we went and shut down Living Memory. Everything got lost, and that was only 4 servers? And then the Meso terminal? Or Meso terminal? Mathematical flaw from the cold calculating genius villain made you go, meh, who cares about you? Yeah, his thing seems to just be, I want to make Endless. And that's as far as it goes. Like, it doesn't... If he wanted to just make Endless, there's other ways to do it. There's you could definitely get people to opt into it, and a large enough number of people to want to be in the sample, to be a decent sample size for his research. So it could be that he's wanting to continue his research. That's still flawed, but understandable. But yeah, the situation has changed entirely because they're not limited to the sphere anymore. They could go to the first. Like, everyone from Alexandria could just move to places on Aetheris. Not even just Thrall, but just places in Aetheris. Like, the population of Alexandria isn't going to be that big that there isn't places on Aetheris that they could go to. Because, you know, I know that it's a city and cities are incredibly population-dense areas, but, like, Aetheris is a big fucking place. So I don't really understand why it is that he's doing... why he's so fixated on it. But cold hard math of if I kill a percentage of the population, I can save more of the population. That logic is very, very basic, but it's very, very basic and kind of checks out. It's when you think about it more in the actual, like, nitty-gritty of it that it breaks. But that's the same with pretty much anything where you're deciding whether or not to kill people, or who not to kill and to save, and then you get into the trolley problem. Watch that not be geoed now. This pile of dust. These ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for making more Endless, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. The greater good. Who could think that? I mean, Calyx. Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well. There is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Once again, we can guarantee that he will never get it by just taking it to Tuliolao. Have Kona look after it. Because, like, fair enough. He can send sentries to go and get it, potentially. But Galul-Jah can just command sentries to never leave the sphere. And so all you have to do is have a checkpoint at Vanguard, which is literally already a checkpoint, that prevents any sentries from passing it. And if they do get past it, you inform the Landsguard and you kill them all. Like, so much easier to ensure that he never gets it. But for some reason, we're not doing that. We should return to the back room. Shell and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well. Now look, the gang's all here. Well, mostly. Unless we brought an urn. We brought his soul. It might have others mixed in with it.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Galul-Jah. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
If only Geode had been a gunbreaker.
Wait, where are you going? clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Are you sure about
Stay
that?
here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there.
I'm sorry, how did you
People
pronounce
are still
Geode?
alive because of you.
Did you say Geode?
And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. It's on top of what happened with Kefkiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. It'd be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kefkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll be off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. These air-wheelers are Genolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We'd often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground's clear before you touch down. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Fire horse. That's not clear of pests. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. Never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we? Was no one else here? I thought there'd still be some people here.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
I will in spirit. Fuck that! To Geode's memory. Let's get drunk. Girls' night.
Oh,
Girls' night!
What are the two of you doing here?
Getting
Had a
sloshed.
feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
Clearly, you're so busy.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Oh.
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street, a pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
Was that Kafkiwa?
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state.
Was she already
The
an
old
Endless?
machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
So they just happened to
And carried
find
onward by Shale and Geode.
the same hideout.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
So Shale was a programmer, basically, and then became a hostess. Well, Patinka, if programming ever, stops working out. Listen, I'm a socially awkward nerd. Yeah. I'm sure there's host clubs that would eat that shit up. The one place you are hosting is your house. And the server. Become a VR chat host. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. No. Okay. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. Fish head host doesn't sound interesting. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. If it was a SpongeBob-themed club, it would work. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it'll aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kral for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans? After? Is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I can't help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back rooms. Or the back room. Okay, so yeah, you're not the only one that's here. Except you are. Oh no! Won't be the same without Geode around. Is that just femcred? I think this might be femcred. Don't mind the electric alien. Oh, too far. After, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it's my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behaviour is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something's not right here. For some reason, I couldn't remember if we'd had the third allied society or not. But yeah, of course we have. I was forgetting about the MMORPG. Greetings! I remember when you visited with Queen Sveen. Coming to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the spectre of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamour for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. What darkness? Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumours there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some? Or perhaps Queen Sveen? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to be. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end's coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. Pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? The fear is palpable. Yeah, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into a full-blown panic? Probably not long. After, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alphino. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Meso terminal? But it looks active.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
Not at all creepy.
A life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
Christ.
Be you stoic or generous, choice is made without reason, the end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
Okay, that could trigger an existential crisis in someone.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Thou, Wuklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
That's always been the case, though. That's the definition of living.
We won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
But they don't have neo-regulators.
To say when you have that regulator.
What do you want them to do? You can't take this option, so why are you taking any other option?
Are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people.
Then play your role as queen.
What can I do? I am not their queen.
But you could be. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we'd best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood's tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. What of the nation the late Queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Uklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world. Too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I'd be yours as well, Sven. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be here where we are. We'd not be where we are now without you. Fuck me, I can't read today. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you are. Oh, she came to us. Gloja! Splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We'll need to take a lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. I guess we just don't give a shit that it's an image of... Hi, Philomena. You don't look like Philomene. So no relation. Oh, hi guys. Is this going to be a dungeon? Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
Apparently.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit...
That was quick.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
You say that, you could very easily
Shale never stopped working. Not
set
even
up
once.
a script to check it all. Like, assuming that you're able to pull all of the door codes, that's a very simple, just find this string in this string. Like, that's one of the easiest things to do. And you can compare, like, millions of rows in the span of, you know, minutes. That's still being very generous. Like, it could take seconds, but I suppose the difficult thing could be getting all of the codes to compare against. But if you had the cooperation of the city infrastructure people, which I don't see why they wouldn't, given that Oblivion is recognized by Galulja the King and Wuklamat, like, that feels odd. Hey, Neo Red, how you doing? Sounds like you need one of Genold's energy drinks. Sip, sip.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
I mean, presumably Calyx is jacked into all of the central systems to Everkeep, so it's almost impossible for him to not be aware that we're doing anything unless we're in the back room, which is like a dead zone that has been deliberately hidden from all of the systems. So, yeah. Because, like, Alexandria, with all the sentries and all the other technology and stuff, is probably like a big brother state. If you want it, like, very easily you could make it one. It just hasn't been taken down that route yet. Yeah, I'm almost caught up with the story. Once we're done with this patch, it's then 7.4, and we are up to date. Although I might wait to do 7.4 for a bit, until Well, I don't know. I could wait. But I do kind of want to do the dungeon. So I'll probably do it. You might go do some Coils of Bahamut unlock tonight. I mean, I'll very happily take a detour to take you through all of the coils. If you want. The cutscenes in the coil takes a while. Like, it's a substantial amount of cutscenes. But the actual, if we do them unsynced, just the two of us, the actual duty part of it will only take minutes. You want to catch up to the raid progress and nothing else? Yeah. Like, we can do that, because we're... Patinga's friend group very kindly offered me to join them in doing min eye level, no echo Coils of Bahamut. And we got up to Twintania last weekend. So, and we've mostly been going at it blind. Like, not fully blind, but like significantly blind. So it's been interesting. And I'm healing. We got to Twintania first try with no tingles. When you say first try, it took us 4 hours. Or something like that. No, 2.5. So we started at 9:30 and we stopped at, I think, about midnight. So yeah, it was about 4 hours. First session, yeah. First session we got to Twintania. And we attempted Twintania a couple of times and worked out one of the things that we need to do. Yeah, Twintania is the first duty from Coils of Bahamut that is more like a current normal raid. But Coils of Bahamut and Alexandria, not all of the raids are basically trials. Harder trials. But Twintania is basically a trial. Nail, who I think is second coil 4, is basically a trial. I don't remember much of the final coil. I know that there's the fight. I know that there's at least 2 trial equivalents in the final coil. Because there's actual Bahamut. Because, spoiler, you fight Bahamut at the end of the Coils of Bahamut. And then there's the other summon primal Eidolon that you fight before that. I forget. I think that's 3 and 4 for the final coil, but I don't remember what 1 and 2 are. But I've only ever been through them unsynced. So, yeah. We all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calix's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem they abandoned it in some haste. Shouldn't be surprised if we find one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching the containment complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different colour. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Okay, and no information. The terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Deutero Lab. Deutero? Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. So, unless Deutero has a different... Okay, it's just second. Does proto mean first? Yes. Yes, it does. Okay, so it's just first lab and second lab. I'm used to seeing, thinking deuterium. Because of my degree. Which is heavy water. It's H2O2. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Access denied. Please log in with your personnel account to view. Complex Director Demetrius. Proto Lab Chief Yosfor? Deutero Lab Chief Redacted. Calyx. I imagine. A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. This small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. You scan the bin's interior, hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there, then. I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Drawers. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. No, I was thinking I was going to eat it. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. Have we not... Like... I know it's different technology, but we had key cards come up again when we were dealing with Garlean technology. Like, this isn't that foreign a concept to us. It's open! You did it! And a good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onward. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Why does it feel like I'm about to find, like, Weiss or Nero? This card's not going to give us access. It's only level 1. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good. Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner's demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto Lab. That door's already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale, I'm sure of it. It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. That mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems to be a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I've been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You've reached the end of the journal entries. The way this room's set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? We could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galurja mentioned a locker over in the corner he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look and force it open? The locker door's shut tight, but the number pad suggests inputting the correct combination will open it. Select the... Oh, I actually get to select... Can you imagine if I did just brute force it? On the first try, I just happened to brute force it. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of Experiment 158 showed a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I'll preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. So, 158. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on him. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting inference candidate 2019-31. I mean, that's too many. To be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11509. Recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a value of 9,834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it'll make sense later on. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. After, you got the locker open, and you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well. Why does this feel like a Resident Evil game? These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there? Right. Let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So let's go back to the hub and the locked doors across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. I should feed Nyx. In fact, I'm going to do that real quick. Bear with me. Okay, let's get back to it. The furry one hath been fed. Yes, it opened! So, where should we go first? The Dawntrail lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room's on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab, shall we? This is literally... like Resident Evil or that one bit in Shinra HQ in Final Fantasy VII, where you're going around getting all the different key cards and finding out that they're planning on dropping the plate. Engaging power supply. No good. It's turning an error. It must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Dawntrail lab. Which means we need to find a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tile, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it! I've used that type of machine before. Jesus Christ, baby. So, Nyx must have just been stood on her back legs, because I'd closed the curtain, the thermal curtain I use instead of a door. And, literally I just saw a paw come through, higher than a cat height, but just a paw come through and sort of slowly swipe down so that she could get through the curtain. Oh. This is one of the reasons why the curtain is better than a door. I could actually close the curtain and Nyx can still get in and out of the room without having to have an entire door open. How dare I keep the curtain closed? Ah. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path? The rest of us can help by supplying After with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. I'll be honest, this seems pretty intuitive. I might be wrong. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions. Oh. Okay, so I'm changing these, not rotating them. Why is this a cloister of faith? You've connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. So hard. So hard. It worked. We did it. Oh god, we're back to it being fucking Dora the Explorer. Oh no. The Dawntrail lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's design for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievement. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when the war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my son's succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once over, just to be sure. You're being very calm, baby. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Right, I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that? The key. The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. They've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside, like the one after has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Probably an ancient, if I had to guess. They liked to make crystals. Looks at Azam's crystal. Now it makes sense. Alex can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there's much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I'll have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards that they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. The sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. You find a security card! Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work. Ooh, a level 3! That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to the outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calix is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what, you say? To what you, as the keyholder, are planning. But since Calix is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all of its surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calix's location. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think it might be on an entirely wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calix said he was measuring after strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? I mean, you say that. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was one other thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone's deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Could it not be when, Kral's parents left? I'll start the show then. That's not a Malala.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish.
Kind of a not bad way of interpreting survival of the fittest.
Were we to halt that process, if unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
Which is why she's leaving.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come.
Oblivion.
Surely you...
Why?
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
You could wipe her memory. That was entirely unnecessary. She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Protocol, you understand. Yeah, there was zero need. The only reason that he did that is because he's too deep in lesbians. The whole faction's just dumb. They don't even remember their own fucking tech. Yeah, that's bad writing. Like,
Why are you following me?
Thank you, Shandy. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Shandy Day, for the follow. How you doing? That was really fucking delayed. Christ. I've seen you around in Gwyd's Discord and channel. Welcome. Yeah, that was really stupid writing, but unless it is that his motivation was because the other person was going against Calix's beliefs and stuff, which like, yes, that could be a way of interpreting that scene, but if that's what he was going for, it could have been written to make that more clear. And instead of it being protocol, if he'd said something like, this is all for Calyx or something like that, it would make a lot more sense. Whereas, like, the protocol makes it seem like it's just business. Which there's zero fucking reason to do that in a society where you can wipe the memories of everything they did in these labs completely from their head with apparently no major side effects. Which isn't that kind of the entire plot of Severance? Not that I've seen it. That there's a separation between work and personal, and like you're two different people. Like you could very easily have that kind of distinction here, although we don't know if they can restore memories. Is the thing. The side effect is they're still alive. Ah yes. Living. It's quite an uncommon side effect. I'm not surprised, given how many parents described their defection from the Institute. Oh wait, no, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. How else will they save them? They're trying to save everyone. Let them just kill everyone. Damn. How else will they save? Yeah. Yeah, the motivations here are falling through the fucking floor. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that. If it turns out they were captured by their pursuers, why would they then make them endless, though? Especially as it doesn't look like they were wearing regulators there. I'm sure they managed to escape. We saw them as endless. So... yeah, it could have been backed up data from before they removed the regulators. But if that's the case, then there's no need to, like, always be wearing a regulator. Unless you're wanting to use the soul cells. But they had memories of giving Krile over in living memory. So they would have had to have put a regulator on at least once after getting back. Otherwise, they'd have no memory of that. So they have to have perhaps not escaped, but not have been immediately killed. You just think that they did some silly plot decisions in point 2 and point 3 for you. Yeah, this feels very weak. Like, I was giving it the benefit of the doubt, but the more detail that they go into, the weaker this is feeling. But it could be some localization weirdness. Yeah, Shandy, you play in Japanese, don't you? They would have had the memory of having decided to give her up, and the reality of not having her there. Maybe they were smart enough to fill in the blanks. That's possible. That's possible. I suppose, but then, yeah, that gives them a bit of uncertainty, because it's ambiguous as to whether they were successful or if she just died without a regulator, because at what point do they put a regulator on a child? but the regulators aren't really, like, we don't know much of the detail of a regulator. As for this portion, the localization's pretty in line with the Japanese. Oh, well, good job on the localization, yeah. Just awkward fucking writing. But I feel like this has been a choice. And maybe I'm just still riding the coattails of Lords of the Fallen, which had many choices. But, like, none of this was necessary. None of this stuff with Calyx was necessary. You could have still had everyone coming to terms with their mortality. All of the Alexandrians coming to terms with mortality. You could have still had the real Sveen waking up. But you could have then had Sveen helping to disable systems that were set up by preservation in order to help the people. And those systems are protected by the Beatrice guard and stuff, and like you could have it be the automated protections and stuff like that without having like a person who is like, oh, I'm gonna be killing people to save people. You read this as the writing team being a little too ham-fisted about shoehorning in 8.0 story elements. Maybe. Maybe things will become... Nyx just darted into the room and immediately went behind the green screen. You good, girl? I haven't even done 7.4 yet, obviously, because I'm going through 7.3. It's like, my understanding is that 7.4 is like the start of pre 8.0, where it's starting to set stuff out for what the next expansion's likely to be a bit of. But this really doesn't feel necessary. .4's finishing Dawntrail stuff and starting to start the pre-stuff, kinda. Yeah. That's kind of what I'd expect. Because I think it was 6.4 that we got introduced to Wuklamart, right? Was it? .4. No. 6.4 was finishing 0. When the fuck did... What? Maybe I'm completely misremembering, but I thought we went to the island with Wuklamart. Was that 7.0? might have been 7.0. No, because we did it before we went to Tuliolal. Yeah, the ether font. Didn't that have Wuklamart in it? I'm not seeing any mention of Wuklamart, but... Because the ether font is 6.4. 0 is still about, because you don't take on Golbez until the end of 6.4. But I thought I could have sworn that Wuklamart was about by then. And she was using that as gauging whether or not we were strong enough to support her in her bid for everything. Her bid for the throne, right? Have I forgotten stuff? Is Wuklamart... Let me just search Wook. No. Where have I got that memory from then? Don't know. I may be completely misremembering then. Ignore my expectations. They're wrong. But I'm sure they managed to escape because presumably they... Because the other thing is, I don't understand why you would make them an endless after they've defected. Unless, like Shandy says, they were already like a backup. Timey-wimey, Jeremy-Beremy bullshit. I want to believe they did, and even if they didn't, I hope they at least enjoyed what time they had as endless. They seemed happy enough. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sveen. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. You hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. Oh, you just looked it up and... I'm dumb. And there's an ad. The dungeon I'm thinking of was released in 6.4. Yes. Ether font was. But maybe we went there before. Ah, you revisit it later in a single player duty. Yeah, no, that does make more sense. So I was thinking of the right dungeon, but we went to it later. So that must have been like 6.5 or 6.55. Because that's when Wuklamart is still vetting us to see if she wants us to be her people to go to Thuliolal with her. Or whatever the fuck she was doing. So yeah, ignore me, I'm dumb. There we go, let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Come with me. I might have need of that security card. Could you not just take the card? You've literally taken every other card. But this one you're like, nah, you can hold on to that. I might need it, so stay close, so that I have a MacGuffin reason for you to be there. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? You've been released from gay baby jail. I'm happy that you're out on parole. So yeah, it must be that we go back and do the single player duty in like the 6.5 or 5.5 MSQ when... Because we definitely do it before 7.0, because the first quest in 7.0 is going to Thuliolal. But if it's not, it must have been after we deal with Zeromus, which is 6.5. I think. I just had the quests up. Yeah, so Zeromus was 6.5. So it must have been 6.55 where we do Wuklamart proving us. You were looking through it and you noticed Wuklamart wasn't a duty support character. Yeah. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be inputted simultaneously at terminals in the Protolab, Deuterolab, and the director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. He liked his coffee, decaf. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Ah yes, priorities! Amongst other personal effects, you find what's presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. So that's in direct. So again, how the fuck did Kral's parents get into living memory? Unless Calix has his own separate version. Because if Calix is picking the people that become endless, that goes directly against what Peridot, fake Sphene, endless Sphene. No, not Peridot. Peridot was bad, the simulant. So what endless Sphene was doing, where the whole point was that it was anyone that died, at least that died of old age, became an endless. So I really, there's a massive hole here for how the fuck Kral's parents end up in living memory. Because they've been eliminated, so they were caught. So why are they in living memory? Who uploaded them? Even if it is from backups from before, who uploaded them and why? Stop trying to make sense. It was you. Oh, it was awkward. And you did it for the memes. I see. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calix requires. How would they utilize it? If the sole reason that they maintained their corporeal bodies was in order to do the experiments, they're now not able to do the experiments. They don't need the physical bodies anymore. But now they're talking about doing experiments again in the future. So either that means there was no need for them to keep their physical bodies and they could have done what Kafkiwa did, or what Calix is doing now, and inhabit sentries or outrunners or some kind of technology, which you'd think that they know they could do, given that there was Otis. I know that Otis's process was a little bit different, but still. There was no need for them to keep their physical bodies. Like, there's so many holes. And they're not the fun kind. Like, what the fuck's going on? To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. The door to the locker swings open. Okay. This is Metal Gear. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. So, Director Demetrius is a Shotacon, or whatever they call them. Have you found something? Nothing to see here, yeah. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? I mean, I'm glad I opened it for the sake of the recording, but yeah. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. It seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kefkiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course! Electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab, then I'll take the Deutero lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. This, I didn't want it to, but it really has gone back to being Dora the Explorer. It's like early Dawntrail writing again. That's not a good thing. Oh dear. It's not been bad recently, but it's now just gone Dora the Explorer again. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. A very different time of Alexandria. I'll take Deutero Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. You shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Woot Lamart and Kral through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Heck, did I miss the scene? You mean this? I like how like 90% of those pictures are deliberately taken so as to show his like his port. There is only one of those pictures that is taken from his right side so that you don't see the port. So maybe he was less Shotacon and more like someone that has a fetish for medical stuff. Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, so we have red, we have blue. We're missing green. This is fucking Resident Evil. Like, I know that gems are very important to Alexandria, but two things. One, what the fuck is this display? Like, if this isn't supposed to be a secret fucking display panel that once we put an emerald in it looks like something else, this is like the most obvious, this doesn't look right. Like, the sapphire and the garnet aren't even aligned to each other. So even without the emeralds, like, those do not look good, and they're not centered on where the filigree thing is either. It's a massive panel for tiny gems. Like, what the fuck? Art, but from an elementary schooler. Yeah. There also appears to be an empty slot for another gem or jewel. Hey, anyone by any chance was... Hold on, let me check again. Is there an emerald in here? I love the fucking sting. The sting there. They make it sound like you've just found, like, a zombie head in Resident Evil. What the shit? I keep searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe it's a Rubik's Cube. Oh, and I just solved it. You got it! What's this? It's got an emerald inside it. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There. Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. I should have known it was Alexandrite. I should have known. But I think I've repressed all of the ARR relic knowledge out of my head. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the passwords. Okay. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. What does the phrase say? Before I try and decide what this represents, shouldn't I read what the phrase says? So that's why they didn't line up. But, like, that's the most obvious fucking thing. As you continue studying the display, you realize these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This might be related to the passwords you were looking for. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. You can't read, so let me read this. Am I Boots? In the Dora the Explorer / Final Fantasy XIV universe, am I fucking Boots? Why couldn't I read that? No, it's not the color coding. It's not the color coding. It's the fact that I could tell there was a scrolled line. It wouldn't tell me what the line was. When I deliberately interact with it, I'm not even the one that reads it. I have to get the literal fucking child to come and read for me. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. To be fair, we don't read Alexandrian script. You know what? Okay, yeah, actually, that is fair. You're right. You're right. That makes it less bad. This slot contains a sapphire. Okay, there's no... This one contains a garnet. This one contains alexandrite. Oh my god! Oh. This is bad. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Specifically, only alexandrite. That's the only one I care to ask about. Well, I was taught alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this is something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Oh, shit. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. Okay, so green, protection, blue, honesty, red, devotion. I mean, yeah, those color pairings kind of make sense. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. So, devotion is the Deutero lab, and dagger represents a dumb bitch who has no imagination. Yep. So, Proto lab is honesty. Deutero lab is devotion. Directors is protection. I feel like devotion and protection should be switched around given what we saw in that locker, but... We're all set to go here. Wooklamut and Kral are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wooklamut in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? The Proto Lab was honesty. And the password for Kral in the Deutero Lab? Devotion. And lastly, what shall we input? Protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. When I count down, can you shout out the password, kids? 3, 2, 1. Did you say it, kids? I can't hear you. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room's the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay's anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wooklamut and Kral rejoin us. Oh god, I hope the writing is better in the next patch. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Okay. Until now, it hadn't been acknowledged that this was a lift. So now the fact that she's going, all right, everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Why is this Dora the Explorer? Says the guy actively making it the Explorer. Because I can't help but see it. Like, the early Dawntrail was so fucking Dora the Explorer. It's like Wooklamart was a fucking toddler. And we were just forcing her... Well, not forcing, but we were going around with her and just showing her things like it was live-action Dora the Explorer. You pointed this out to him at the start of Dawntrail 2. It's not as bad as he made it out to be, but it wasn't great. It wasn't good. There were so many things that made our characters look dumb as fuck and like they hadn't had any dealings with anything across any of the other expansions. And it was never explicitly stated that the reason they were doing that was so that Wooklamart could learn. Right now, it's not about Wooklamart specifically learning, it's about us all working out what's going on. There is two people here who are very knowledgeable in Electrope. There is the former queen of the fucking nation, who fair enough wouldn't know all of the details here, but would know some stuff about Alexandria from before she went into stasis. And then we have Kryl, who is literally one of the, like, foremost authorities on various topics from the students of Baldessian. These are not dumb people, excluding Wooklamart and the literal child. In other areas, like the child, very good at being an adapter, apparently. So he's like a coding whiz kid. Fair enough. Wooklamart, she's a doer. She's not a thinker as much. She's a lot better than she was, but it makes sense that Wooklamart would be in the dark about all of this stuff. It's entirely different from her knowledge and her upbringing and all the rest of it. But, like... Galuljar's also pretty good at interpersonal communication. This is true. But, like, if that had instead been, oh, it's a lift, let's see where it goes, that would be, that line, just that change in wording would make that line feel less like we are going through fucking Blue's Clues. Why is there a laptop?
To me, but this is definitely what we're after?
There's so many monitors. Why is it a laptop?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
This is a secure room. Why is it a laptop that would be portable? Why is there a QR code on the back? I kind of want to scan that and see if it goes anywhere.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
A datascape. Which we should be quite familiar with.
And if memories are data, then...
We've been inside multiple datascapes. Okay, no, benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. All of the Omega stuff is optional. All of the Omegascape stuff was optional. The Sigmascape, though, was not, I think. The Sigmascape was that mandatory, or was that an optional dungeon? I mean, I'm saying Sigmascape. Sigmascape is the first tier of the Omega ones. The one from Endwalker that is an actual dungeon. The datascape that you go into with from the Omicron in Endwalker, was that optional? Stigma Dreamscape, that's the one. Is that optional or mandatory? Because if that's mandatory, then there is no way that you have not been in at least one datascape. That was one of the two optional dungeons. Fuck. Okay, so despite the fact that we've been in so many datascapes, if you've done all of the optional content, because none of it's mandatory, this could legitimately be the first time that we hear the concept of a datascape. I feel like this would have made sense to be one of those options where it reads whether or not you've done the Omega stuff or the Dreamscape, and then goes, oh, a datascape? Because we know those. We're very familiar with those. That's not a new concept. But it's like, inside Electrope somewhere? In a world formed of data? Like, there shouldn't be uncertainty here. We should know. This is not a new concept to us.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine.
Okay.
We've seen such a realm before, after all.
So they just decided to make us sound like a fucking idiot.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
True, we've been in that as well.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
That's encapsulation.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
True, the current Alliance
Except
raids
I
are kind of
tried to
also a
close it once
datascape.
already when I visited living
Just
memory.
one that's augmented
The process required administrative authorization.
by Electrope.
A restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Why were you timing this?
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
So Calyx has always been around. It's not like he was released
and I'm
by
satisfied that you will take nothing
deactivating the
more from
Meso
this
terminal.
nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Right. So, yeah, it could have been my interpretation of how the choices were written. It's just... It feels like they were written in a way that makes it seem like our character is stupid, which I don't much like. Like, the Warrior of Light, by this point, even if you've not done all of the side stuff, like, we've proven that we're pretty fucking smart. But then there seems like there's certain points where we just become dumb as fucking rocks. Unfortunately, the Stormblood raids haven't been worked into the MSQ at all. Yeah, it's really odd because the Stormblood raids explain why Midgarsummer isn't an active, like, NPC anymore. And if you don't do those, you go from him being very vocal in Heavensward to then you just never hear from him again. After, I think you hear from him when you activate Omega, but you don't hear from him at all after Stormblood, of course. And it would have made a lot of sense for Midgarsummer to have commented on some stuff when we are dealing with Vritra for the first time, when we release Tiamat, when there is the bastardization of Bahamut in from the Fandaniel's faction, which I forget what their name was, started with an H. Or when we go and see all of the dragons that were originally from their star. Like, without the Omega raids to provide context, it's kind of just skimmed over and assumed that the player will just not question it, kind of thing. And yes, they do mention they kind of reference Alexander in the tower optional dungeon, where you go down to the base of the Crystal Tower and you find a version of Alexander that was made by Garlond Ironworks, and that explains how they were able to do timey-wimey bullshit, because they basically harnessed Alexander's powers. But it's not, like, it's referenced in that you fight an Alexander clone. But it doesn't specifically go into it. We encounter an iteration of Daddy Midgarsummer on his journey across the stars, which is addressed further in Endwalker. I mean, you do fight the full-powered version of Midgarsummer in the Omega raids. I don't think that the fact we fought him's addressed in Endwalker. I think it's just that we sort of find out the fact that he came from... It delves more into the fact that he came from the other star. The MSQ does bend over backwards to frame the Warrior of Light as a bloodthirsty Chaos Gremlin enough times in the story to possibly make people forget that they have a vast library of background knowledge. Yes! But that was my major issue with the start of Dawntrail. With the way that it was written, it just made it seem like the Warrior of Light had no prior experience, and that none of the NPCs knew what the fuck was going on. Like, it makes sense when we go to the first that the Warrior of Light would know anything. They've literally been thrust into a new world. But it makes sense in that one, and then you've got the NPCs that have been there for years at that point that get us up to speed and stuff, but I dislike when agency or like your own cognitive ability is taken away from you, especially in an RPG. Like, fair enough, you need to lay things out and make sure that it's clear because you need to make sure that the player can follow the story and stuff. So, like, sometimes that can get a bit ham-fisted, but, you know, it makes sense. But the fact that it'll just be like, oh, okay, Warrior of Light, what do you think it is? A world made of data? Very good. We've seen those before, haven't we? Like, that's the way that it comes across to me sometimes with the way that they've written things. It's been much more noticeable in Dawntrail than it has been in any of the other ones. Like, if it hadn't had the question mark at the end of it for a world made of data, then I might have gone like, okay, this is talking about, yeah, we know what this is. This is a datascape. We've seen them before. But because it had a question mark, it makes it seem like it was the Warrior of Light coming to that conclusion for the first time. And fair enough, if you hadn't done all the optional stuff, it might have been. Where it's explicitly laid out that it's a datascape. But they've had flags for when you've done side content before to be like, oh yeah, you can say this thing because you know a bit more about this. Like, if you're gonna, like, this feels like a perfect time to have had something like that, to be like, oh, it's a datascape, like with Omega. I'm with you. I'm in too negative a headspace after Lords of the Fallen, aren't I? I apologize. But
if I may,
yeah.
I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Okay. You're welcome. There's cat hair everywhere now. Phew! Well, that was an adventure. He looks so happy with himself. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that's an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. Why are you suddenly reacting like that only after we get back here? And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. So she was calm. At least calm enough. All the way to getting back to the back room. And that's when she goes like, oh, that Calyx. Urgh. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Oh, not her. Schmeen! We've briefed Erenville on everything that's happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. Meso Terminal, not Meso. It's not made of fermented soybeans. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When we go to fight Calyx, pray, let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more, of course, but no reckless heroics. If things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. No, of course, this has always been your fight as much as ours. And this Sphene actually communicates everything with us, which is nice. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alizé and the others on this point that they've already left for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. We could all use a joyful tomorrow at this point, to be honest. That's true. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Okay, I know this is me picking. Like, this is me really picking. But that felt like it was trying to instill, like, a moral to this part of the story. Just like, and that's right, kids. Sometimes it's best to just wait and let the grown-ups do their thing and trust that they'll all come back okay. Like, it's not that bad. It makes sense for his character, but that just felt a little bit ham-fisted again. After Kral and I think we should talk to Gosen before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we should be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosen will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Oh, fucking hell. I know I make these quests go on longer than they should because I keep fucking having complaints and shit. But yeah. I like how I can see that Scott and Gwyd have both like logged into their characters I think expecting me to get to the duty quicker than I have. I'm sorry, guys. They've each logged in like 2 or 3 times. Scott's just heading to the shop before it closes. No problem. I mean, I don't know. I presume I'm going to get to a duty soon, but there's still a little bit. Hey, Gosen. He looks happy to see us.
A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
He is actively killing people. Never mind the endless part of it.
Of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance.
He is actively killing people.
My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option.
Terror created by Calyx's actions where he is killing people.
By our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was
caused by Calyx
for the purpose of creating endless will paradoxically make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks,
because of Calyx,
process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
How about by fucking stopping the guy causing them?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Ugh. Hey guys. The real power of Calyx is to deteriorate every plot point around
We've
him.
been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything.
Also, those comforts would only affect one generation. The next generation would be very comfortable around it all.
From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn
I don't think many people love death.
The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old,
Emos.
they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life.
and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
That's literally what you were contemplating doing. That's not a new argument. That's the same argument that we've had since we knew Calyx was the one doing it.
When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
You just called her Her Majesty.
No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
That's how it comes out?
Lamity, you used her name.
Oh, for fuck's sake, of course it's Lamity. They all knew already. It's not... The hood doesn't do much.
The resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you.
And being bi on top of that?
When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same.
I don't know if she actually is bi, it's just that
You're
was...
one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Parallels to someone being accepted for coming out.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
They did the hood lowering like it was a really impactful scene. After all of the characters present acknowledged the fact that they already knew who she was. Like, that's only significant if the people didn't already know. If she did that in front of a larger gathering of people and went, I am Sphene, but I am not your Sphene, and like, that's the impactful bit. It was impactful for her, yeah, but... Hey, that thing that you're doing, yeah, it doesn't work. Oh. I'm gonna stop doing it then. That's weak. That's pretty weak. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosen. That decision must have been difficult to make. Look, I'm gonna put this as, I don't know if it's necessarily the localization, but it's certainly a writing thing. Gosen's concern for deciding what the correct course of action is for the people as a whole, I understand his reticence. That makes sense. The fact that they weren't acknowledging the fact that Calyx was also the antagonist to all of the things that he was concerned about, other than the fact that they had to accept their own mortality. Like, the panic was being caused by Calyx. The shortage of neo-regulators was caused by Calyx and manufactured entirely by Calyx. Like, almost all of the arguments that he brought up for why they were going to struggle to overcome their mortality were things that were directly caused by Calyx. And the alternative solution that he was not necessarily deciding in favor of, because his point was that he couldn't make the decision, but the alternative is let's go to the serial killer because he has promised to not kill some of us. Gosen's very Japanese. He's a character trope that isn't as prevalent in non-Japanese media. That's fair. And you think it was more about Sphene accepting everything and integrating herself more into modern times, though. That's probably fair. Like, I don't hate the sentiment of the scene, and I like that Sphene is becoming more of an active part in the Alexandrians' lives again. That's good. That's what we want to see. It's just the cinematography there didn't... Like, if we showed her just drop and be like, how long have you guys known? And like something like that, and then it comes out like, oh, you know, we always knew. Then it could be that little bit of slapstick humor almost kind of thing, which we know the Japanese like. Like, that would play better, I think. But at the same time, yeah, I understand. But if they'd done that more as like, oh, okay, I see these guys know I shouldn't be afraid of this, and then we call a big meeting so that Sphene can address everyone, and that's where she lowers it down and goes, I am Sphene, but I am not the Queen Sphene that you knew, and we communicated everything out to assuage people's fears, because honestly, that's what you need to do at this point. You want to stop a panic? The panic is being caused partially because people don't know what's going on. Tell people what's going on. It doesn't stop it being a shitty situation, but at least they understand why it is that the sentries are going crazy rather than it just being a malfunction. At least they know why it is that there's these neo-regulators and all the rest of it. They are already panicked. Helping them to understand the reasons why they are panicked would not likely lead to more panic. You've already got conflicts from people that have or haven't got neo-regulators and people that do or don't believe in becoming endless. So then having the people understand that, oh, if you become an endless, you're also supporting the guy that killed all of the people that died. Yes, you might spark more confrontation for the people that still support that, but there was already confrontation. Thank you, Gosen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I feel like we already knew that. Because otherwise, the registrations don't really matter. Or maybe I just assumed that. Because if you have a defined amount of the hardware, people registering there's no time limit on, because it's just how much of the hardware, that's the limiting factor. So, Gosen's the Japanese anxious middle management presence who frames the actions of those in power as if they might have been natural disasters in a futile attempt to avoid their ire. Thinking about it, yeah, I've seen characters like that come up in some animes and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely not. When we do have that character in the West, usually they are framed as incompetent. Whereas Gosen isn't being framed as being incompetent. I think that's the difference. Like, I'm thinking of the bank manager played by Rhys Darby in Yes Man. He's a little bit of that character, but he's kind of also framed as being somewhat incompetent. I don't think we see that trope come up much in serious settings. Yeah. I surmise that surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Why is there a time limit on getting 5,000 people to register, though? Because unless they die of old age, or brain. Unless they die of old age or something, or Calyx deliberately goes and kills more people, but he's targeting people without the Neo-regulators anyway. Like, why is there a time crunch on this? Calyx is harvesting more power now, so it's not a power concern. Like, in order to actively power the Endless. Calyx is already an Endless, so he has no inherent time limit. Unless there's some interplay with his debilitating illness that the game hasn't stated to us yet. 'Cause they've like ham-fisted the fact that he has this illness multiple times. So that could just be that that's supposed to be what sort of explains his motivation to do all of this stuff, which it doesn't. That's a very, very weak excuse or motivation for doing unto other people. So yeah. I can understand trying to drive the demand for people to register so that you get people to actually do it. I don't understand the need to have a surplus so in that you can get it done, like, quickly. Like, that just... Because even if you had a defined supply, until they're registered, I don't see a reason. I mean, this might be a little bit dark, but I don't see a reason why, if someone really wanted a Neo regulator and they knew that someone hadn't registered yet, they couldn't steal it or kill the person and take it off them. Driving the survival of the fittest, which is also another motif that's going here, even though this wouldn't actually be survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest would be the people that don't become an endless. So, there's actually an entire spin-off anime series from the Kaiju universe that takes the piss on this entire concept constantly. Oh. We're really focusing on Fists of Ham tonight, huh? There are quite a few of them, it seems. Yeah, survival of the fittest. Very true, yep. Katinga is online. It seems similar to the Miol Yulmore situation, but a twist. Well... Because the Miol thing was that nobody understood the repercussions. They didn't know the source, they didn't know what it did, they just knew it was food. In a situation where food was scarce. So that's a little bit different, because that was providing a supply for a pre-existing demand. Whereas this is manufacturing the demand for a new supply. But it is the same in that it is something that is put in place by a figure of authority in order to try and help control the population. Although the meal was so that whatever the fuck his name was could have control over the populace. Whereas it doesn't, at least so far, Vor3, yeah. So far, it doesn't seem that Calyx is interested in controlling people. His motivation for why he actually wants to make people endless is incredibly weak, because it's about making them survive. It's a survival thing of it. They will live if I make them not die. Whereas Vor3's thing was that he wanted control. He wanted power. It doesn't seem that Calyx is interested in the power aspect. It's like his only goal is to make people endless. Whether that's so he can then continue experimenting afterwards is unclear. It hasn't really been defined. There's so many holes. More holes than a golf course. Mr. Tonegawa Middle Management Blues was the localized title, if you remember correctly. I think I may have seen something about that, yeah. Calyx needs you. Register for the draft today. It doesn't even seem like Calyx needs an army. Like, Calyx is... If Calyx wanted an army, he can use the Everkeep systems to build sentries. But he doesn't seem interested in colonizing somewhere, which is more what Zeraljar, his interest was sort of in colonizing Thrall and Aetheris in a way. But Calyx wants to keep Alexandria the same, but just make everyone an immortal data ghost, and then steal ether from other reflections to power those data ghosts. But it wouldn't even necessarily have been a matter of having to do that by force. Calyx has the robot factory already, yeah. Zeraljar became a conquistador instead of properly dealing with his daddy issues. Exactly. But like, I don't really understand what Calyx's actual motivations are below the incredibly surface level bullshit of to save people. Because he had a debilitating illness that was going to kill him, that he constantly needed stuff for. Like, it makes sense why he wanted to become an Endless. That 100% makes sense why he's an Endless. Why he wants to make everyone else become an Endless and will kill people that are perfectly healthy and have no need, like, that breaks down incredibly quickly as soon as you look at it. Scott's made it back from the shop, yep. It's putting a stopgap on the live stream by removing the soul-based ether, but extracting the material ether. Yeah, but like... I might be misremembering, because it's been a little minute, but I don't think they explicitly need soul-based ether to power the Endless. Because, like, you could... I feel like you could harvest, especially with someone as knowledgeable as Calyx, if you connected to another reflection, you could just harvest the, like, ambient ether and slowly, you know, turn a reflection into, you know, the 1st or the 13th, by taking away its ether without specifically having to go and harvest souls. But at the same time, they were deliberately harvesting souls, but was that because they wanted the soul cells? Because that was a separate thing from the Endless, where the soul cells were being used so that everyone didn't have to think about death for the people that weren't Endless. But if everyone was an Endless, you wouldn't need soul cells, you could just have ether. There's a moral ethical debate of what the definition of humanity is, which is only touched on at surface level here. Yes. It's like one step aside from Emmett Selk missing his friends and family and killing what he thought is inferior life forms to get them back. Doing a live stream rebirth morals of death take a weird turn. This is someone who's killing equals to maintain a perfect utopia. Something about androids and electric sheep. Yeah. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory! it has gotten warm. You go into the graphics card.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
I'm not sure that's a helpful argument for this situation. Because someone who's panicked could just go, yeah, this is every day until I become an endless.
Falls to me now.
If I were to gauge Calyx versus Raja, do I think Calyx is more interesting? I think he could have been. But from what I've seen of his actual execution, Zaraja much more nuanced. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from within the Miso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the Miso terminal, or Meso terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept. For the sake of all who loved Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. There's no way a villain can be less interesting than Xenos. I don't know, I think Xenos had more going for him in the end. Let's wait to continue this talk because spoilers. So, Xenos' base motivation was the hunt. But that gets more fleshed out for like why it is that the hunt is so important to his character and why he feels alienated from everyone. He does not relate to a single person. He is effectively an autistic character who's hyperfixated on the hunt. And he can't relate to a single person until the Warrior of Light comes into it. And he's just constantly looking for some kind of distraction, something that makes him feel better, that makes him feel something. And then he finds that in us. Whereas Calyx, it's unclear what his actual motivation is for why he's taking these specific actions. Like, why he initially made the Endless makes sense. Makes sense. That's fine. Why he is deliberately going out of his way to make people Endless now, specifically, weak as shit. Why he isn't working on getting Endless Memory or Living Memory back up and running doesn't really make sense. Because if he got endless memory back up, a living memory back up and running, he could have more than 5,000 people, especially if he then got the key and was able to do interdimensional fusion to get all of the energy that he needed. And then he could save everyone and there'd be no need to kill anyone. Or if he was deliberately killing people, harvesting their souls, and then plugging them into living memory and forcing them to become endless against their will, that would still make a bit more sense because he thinks he's saving them, as opposed to, I'm only going to save 5,000 of you that choose to get saved and the rest of you can all die. Like, it's very meh. The issue in 7.0 is that Zeraljar's turn feels like it happened so off-screen that it became a bit like, wait, what? Suddenly you're a Power Rangers reboot. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello. I believe everyone's determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. The fact that I'm Omega. That's quite poignant. Good job, Mount Roulette. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. As for 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelania and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria. A devourer of worlds. Oh wait, this is Endless Sphene talking. That was a flashback, not... yeah. We will rise to the challenge the Endless Sphene could not. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. Yeah! In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to After for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. Not that one. I always do that where I think it's Pat, not Pet. I like how that was the perfect height to just... We're just stroking each other's faces. Speen and Omicron against the world. Hmm. Yeah, the emote text says that you pat something, but the actual command is pet. And I know there's the Dalamud plugin that is like a head pat counter that a lot of Lalafels use, which you can even get like combo meters and shit. Because a friend was using it at one point, and he literally told me that I'd like made his entire screen blow up.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Welcome to the dungeon many people were divided.
Created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Oh, he's making them look like normal Kyrugians from a medieval setting. That's an interesting touch. It's kind of odd seeing a mix of high tech and medieval.
Memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
That's not quite the Hippocratic Oath. high-tech and match, like Saving Private Ryan plus Cyberpunk. They really, really love half-room cleaves. That's something I've noticed in Dawntrail. Have a shield. Entirely unnecessary. But you'll take it and you'll like it. Which one resolves first? That one. So the opposite of the last one. I'm not a very good Picto, in case anyone was wondering. I don't think you are wondering, but... I'm pressing the buttons, and some of them are the right ones.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
I don't hate that. Nice. I could see certain glams working with that. Mittens! I'll just greed everything. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Why do you have the memories of prisoners in a prison? If this is supposed to be how they're stored. Like, why are you storing prisoners in a... Is it the Matrix kind of thing, where if stuff's too good, people question it and won't accept it? Because, like, in living memory, everyone knew they were dead, right? What's been the hardest job for me to learn?
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Honestly,
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Either paladin. I don't much like paladin, especially low level paladin, or monk. I'm not very good at monk. No, wait, black mage. Black mage. I suck at black mage. I don't know how to black mage. Okay. I guess I didn't kill that in time. Thanks, Scott. I think I'm doing worse than the healer. Yeah. I am not a good Victor. Also, what? 7:30? It's... That could definitely be better. But it could be worse. Why am I not? Oh, that's why I'm not casting. I run out of mana. Whoopsie. I stood in the bad. That felt quick. What? I thought I was out of that when it resolved. I'm doing so good.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
The healer headman has 2 million health compared to the 3.4 million health for DPS. Ah, okay, so I don't need to feel quite so bad. Just a little bad. Hat. Today you learned the 2 DPS spots have different mechanics. Oh. I probably got the easier one, didn't I? To be fair, those mechanics weren't necessarily difficult. I'm just bad. I'm also, yeah, this is the first time I've played Picto in
Age rife with death.
quite a while.
The desperation will serve well.
Oh, Alexandria.
The
When you
enemy
go
is
in
at
on
the gate.
Sam, you usually get
To
the ones I
arms,
didn't
good
get.
soldiers, protect your kingdom.
You normally heal anyway. But I am usually a healer. I wasn't in front. How did I pull? I'm just showcasing how good I be. He says single damaging a target. I'm really showcasing my skills.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one.
Yeah, I don't know what you were expecting. You would have known this wasn't enough.
And rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your
If Zelania wasn't enough, you would have known that they were. Elden Beast?
Rise and meet the foe before you.
I like that we have the portals showing what's going on, kind of like with...
Let us see how it fares.
Was that Alexander? Or...
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Alexander and Zeromus. Yeah. What does it mean?
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Bombs? Bombs? Bombs.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Bombs. Bad. Fuck. Sorry, Scoot.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Oh. I thought I was going to be just out of range of that, but apparently not. So how am I supposed to tell which one gonna do the big boom? Is it just by how many people are gathered, I guess? And when they're off on their own, it's always gonna be little boom. I should be addling, but I'm a bad DPS. Hey, I'm not the one who died. I'm not the one who died. Let's ignore the amount of times I died on the earlier boss. Let's ignore that, okay? That didn't happen. There's no record of that having. You literally just exclaimed and then went, oh, it wasn't even after. No, it was the other caster DPS. I got pants. I got pants. Ooh, that's actually not bad. Oh, and there's physics on the feather. Okay, that's actually pretty nice. And I got various boots. Those are actually not bad boots. For, you know, regular fantasy boots. Those are quite nice, actually. Those are very stereotypical fantasy boots. Eh. Eh. That is what it is. That hangs nicely. You're a stereotypical fantasy boot. Thank you. This is one of the rare dungeons where boss 2 is harder than 3. I can definitely feel that.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Get scooped. Yeah. Scooped.
Calyx.
This is the first time we've seen a physical Calyx, isn't it? No, we've seen physical Calyx before. Ignore me.
Stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several.
We saw them in the
tenets.
castle.
One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
Then why didn't you do that from the set off?
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold, so weak.
Is this going to be like the embodiment of death?
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Is he tapping into Dynamis?
Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
This is going to be my knowledge check for whether or not I played 9. I have played 9, but not in a long while.
I got it! I got one!
Okay, so they did kill someone in order to get a Neo regulator.
999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register.
No emotions are used in summoning through Ether too.
I'm
Fair.
free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Yeah, that just now means they're going to kill everyone.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Anima? I know it's not a unique pose to Anima, but...
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
So... was Calix's goal actually the summoning of a primal of death? This entire time?
What's going on?
Or is this a means to an end in order to end us? Because, yeah, the entire Alexandrian arc has been about the fear of death.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory.
Does Calix
Then
even know his real goal?
encourage
Fair.
the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had.
Why?
But I managed it.
Why
in
are
the
you...
end.
Why do you have a time limit?
And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit.
What is that?
Oh. Okay, this looks familiar.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
You just happen to have some? That's good.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
I like that they actually acknowledged this. They look very familiar, but I can't remember
Do you still
when we
mean to
fought
stand
them
against me?
or what they were called. But it's been a long time since I played 9. I don't think that's who Kuya transforms into. Because I think the final boss is just a massive skull head, right? Do we fight them on Pandemonium? His appearance was also kind of ham-fisted in Final Fantasy IX. No, that doesn't help me much. Because, like, the specific details of 9, I don't have a great memory of at the minute. I haven't played 9 that many times. Like, I love 9. 9 is, like, the classic Final Fantasy that I recommend to people that want to go back. Like, they may have played 10 or newer ones, but they want to try the classics. Like, 9 is the one I recommend, but... Think about the unidentified voice that just kind of whispers to you at various points in the game. Is that before or after Garland comes down with Pandemonium? I really don't remember 9 that well. For specific details like that. I remember the main cast. I remember Kuya. I remember some of the main plot points. You're pretty sure I'll remember when his name drops, maybe. I mean to win. The key'll never be yours. The key was our friends that we made along the way.
That remains to be seen.
The Ageless Necropolis. Yes, Tingles? Can free-to-play characters trade shit? No. Free trial can't trade, I don't think. Because you can't trade and you can't use the market board. You can trade? Oh. Because I thought the only way around the trading restriction was using the FC chest. Because you could put stuff in the FC chest and then someone who was on free trial could take it out. But free trial players can't join free companies. Oh. I guess Thrill is on a subscription then. Because he's a free trial. He's a member of our FC. Oh, Necron. Is it Necron then that we fight after Kuya? Yeah, so it is. It is the skeleton that I'm thinking of. Though he doesn't look like a skeleton at first. I thought it was like a big Skeletron. Why do I remember a massive skull from 9? You are a free trial than Sabid. My complaint is that Necron's titty in Final Fantasy XIV is not as prominent in the original. Is it Death Guys? No, Death Guys is... It's not Lich. I guess I was misremembering Necron and thinking that they were a skull. And that was their, like, major defining feature. Huh. Are we queuing? Yeah, we should. You get your titties out, I'll get mine out. Don't mind me. This is just me and my stand. Or my cum guardian. You withdrew us. Oh, because I was still queuing for Miso. Yeah. Meso. Thank you. Necron is a shiny, bluish, big titty, muscular giant man. Yes. With tentacles. Many women's dreams. You know what might be quicker, actually? That might help. But yeah, I misremembered his design. I legitimately was thinking it was a giant skull and that was its main defining feature. I don't know why I'm thinking that though. But I feel like I remember killing Kuya and then seeing a giant skull. Yeah, this Necron has the, like, technological stuff. Which is newly added because it's the, a primal made from Alexandrians.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray
Right, how do I sage again? Not that way.
Drag them to their graves.
Brr.
There.
Once again, I may not actually see many details. Okay, that's very quick. I may not actually see many details of the boss because I am too busy trying to not die. Oh, okay. I am missing something. Were there hands that I was missing? I may have been missing hands.
See, death is upon you.
Did I die from bleed? I was too busy healing everyone else.
Kill them.
Oops. I mean, we also have a summoner. As long as your main tank's cardioed and your party mitts occasionally, you'll probably be fine. Actually, you can just hard prognosis if your skull is mitting.
For the sun. Kill them.
What are you... Oh. That was not where I should be. I should have been the opposite. I see.
Compounds fear.
Grand
eroding your
Cross?
strength.
Are you going to slam a planet into us? Oh, Gwyn! Gwyn, no!
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
Oh, we're fighting ads now? The icy hands of death. Choking grasp. I know some people who'd be into that.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life
Who
can
let me
commit.
on the internet?
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Yeah, English Calyx does not sound as bratty as Japanese Calyx. Oh, I'm by myself! You have escaped the abyss.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Yeah, this fight has personal DPS checks, but they're easy. Yeah. I think that one's the bad one, right? Yeah, I was paying attention!
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Where did Gwyd go? What is... Gwyd has another personal... What does this mean?
I am prepared for you.
Prop rotation. Okay.
Kill them.
I'ma follow all of y'all. Hee hee hee. Oh, I understand.
Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Oh shit. I got gribbeted.
Kill them.
I'm gribbeted. Now another DPS check, I guess.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
The platforms, honestly, are reminding me of FF8 on the way down to fight Ultima Weapon. Oh, hi guys!
I will reduce you to ether.
This feels fun.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
This feels like a good trial. kind of like
prepared for you.
The DPS checks. So is it that odds are out? I'm guessing odds are out, evens are in. Oh, they're more in than I realized. I was standing in the bad, but it's dead, so it doesn't matter. I can imagine his extreme being hectic. But I think I say that about almost everyone that I fight at this point. You know what's hectic? The extreme for the next trial. Oh, choo-choo.
Now, the memory bank.
Shielded.
Of course it is.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
I still don't understand how that compass is pinned to his chest.
But I anticipated as much.
I mean, the pen also doesn't make sense. I guess he's got a magnetic plate in his pocket instead of a pocket protector. Hey, Necron. Welcome back.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame.
That is what ignorance
Death
means.
to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
That does actually make sense. Kinda.
I feel it again.
It doesn't make sense how it came back. Are you saying that the primal summoned a stronger primal version of itself?
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark.
Yeah, okay, so he's basically resummoning it.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
But
So long as our memories endure.
so long as your memories endure doesn't mean that you have to kill
This is wrong,
everyone.
Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Now this would be the meaningful moment, not the dropping of the hood earlier.
Don't you recognize me? Nahe!
Where she adopts the fact that she is for the people and addresses her people as a whole for the first time. Just pull the regulator off and bitch slap him.
What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
No shit. It's Sphene. You've heard her voice 1,000,001 times. Never mind which version of Sphene it is. You should tell who it is.
Terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
I want that trance as an emote, similar to ritual prayer. So, because I've played so many Final Fantasy games, this is kind of similar to a certain boss in 13 Part 2.
Reaction.
Also related to Alexandria.
An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Not if Wooklamart has anything to say about it. Never mind. We're here. And we're actually doing sagey things. Ooh, this music though. There's Wooklamart. This could just be the boss music from earlier, but I didn't really get to appreciate it.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Oh, I think I've seen that this cutscene actually does have different... Yeah, it has job-specific... Or maybe not job-specific, but at least archetype-specific stuff. But we, as a sage, just did a very specifically sage thing.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Or at the very least, something that only a sage or scholar could do as shield healers. Now he has a fear of death. I do love how jumpy Wuklamart is. Oh, once again, actual blood. A very, very rare thing to see in this game. And very specifically, people bleeding.
Protect her people.
And we will protect them together.
And Thunder? Is she a purple mage? Her duty support class is Zoe Mancer.
The others.
My turn. Now, how does a sage fire the guns? We actually are. Nice. What does a monk do? Just run up and pinch? But yeah, this is the kind of cutscenes that I hope we see in the next expansion. Stuff where it actually makes your choices as the Warrior of Light, like what you're playing as, influence the actions that you take. Because I know there's been other times where if you're playing a healer, you will heal like the NPC and stuff like that, and that's really nice to see as well.
Careful, you're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayoro and into the care of a chirurgeon.
You keep remembering how they redid the old scene in Heavensward. I probably don't know it unless they recently redid it.
I kept my promise.
Oh, when Horshapont's bleeding and the NPCs are yelling for a healer. Yeah. As a healer main, I think I remember that. But again, it depends when they changed it, because I did Heavensward for the first time 3 or 4 years ago. Like, I played Final Fantasy when Heavensward was still new. That was when I first played 14. But I never beat A Realm Reborn back then. But I remember, like, the cross-class skills that you had to level up a specific class to get access to it. But then you had 2 slots that you could do the cross... You could decide what cross skill you wanted and stuff like that. And I remember Stone Skin, Shell, and Protect. I remember Dot Summoner. I actually kind of missed Dot Summoner. I liked juggling multiple dots. And it was different. Like, similar to how Black Mage plays differently than any other caster because of the mana management, Summoner felt different because you were managing dots, but also I think at the time Carbuncle actually did stuff. But I only got that character who was a male Makote. I only got them up to like mid-30s. I don't dislike the current Summoner, but it would be nice to see a Saboteur style class again, where it is sort of more focused on damage over time and stuff like that. I mean, or it would be interesting to see if Beastmaster maybe has... I mean, I don't know how they're going to execute Beastmaster, but if it's like we assume the role of the beasts that we're playing as, if some of those were more sort of Saboteur-esque, that could be interesting. Because you can play Blue Mage deliberately stacking as many status ailments as possible, but it's a bit different. You just wish that they'd added something that functionally changed the rotation in Dawntrail rather than a Bahamut phase reskin. Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that Solar Bahamut, because there's no there's no job quests, it's just role quests. There's no explanation for why suddenly Solar Bahamut. It just happens. Like, that feels a bit weird. I would have liked to have seen Solar Bahamut is supposed to be a lore-agnostic Hydaelyn, is your guess? Maybe. Like, I would have liked to have seen, instead of a reskin for Bahamut, to instead have more primals represented. Especially because the extra buttons procs a party heal, that is true. Yeah. Like, I like Solar Bahamut. But I would have preferred to have seen an expanded repertoire. Or at least let us glam the summons, yeah. I find it so weird that we don't have more E-Guy available to us. Like, fair enough, you can only use 3 of them. Like, you know what, I won't hate on the fact that we can only have 3 in our repertoire at any one time, but I feel like you should be able to, at the very least, glam them so that you could have, you know, especially Sephiroth, because we already have an E-Guy or Eggy or whatever the fuck. Yeah. And there's a Ramu one. Ramu would have made sense. Because, like, Ifrit, Shiva, Titan, and Ramu, or Rama, they're like, the 4 sort of... Well, and Leviathan. Like, those are some of the most recognizable summons. And so it would have been nice if we could reskin them and maybe make it like it's not something that you can do on the fly. Like, it's not a chat command. You have to go to the Y'shtola's sister in Gridania that you do all of the summoner quests from. You have to go to her and, like, set them there. Because then you could have it be that that you have, like, the unique stuff for each one kind of thing. You just want a Ravana summon for the fact he's the only unique Final Fantasy XIV summon. Like, it would be nice to swap, like, swapping Ifrit for Shiva, and instead of doing a fire attack, you do an ice attack. But, like, everything else, like, the timing, it doesn't change the timings or anything, it just changes the animations and stuff. That would be really cool. The additional E-Guy model was from a dev phase before they scrapped the summon as an NPC party member concept. Yeah. I do miss pets feeling like they actually did something. And I kind of wished that that's what Beastmaster would bring back. But I don't think it will be anymore, unfortunately. Can't even tell you why. I just don't think it will be. But, meh. I don't know yet. I know almost nothing about Beastmaster other than level 1. Most pet jobs in MMOs tend to be phased out as the game moves on. Yeah, because it's something that is difficult to keep fresh. Because for every pet that you add, if it's one where you level the pet up along with you, you then have to add to the skill tree of each pet if they have individual skill trees. If it's something where, oh, you just have a pet and that pet is, like, its skill tree is always the same, but you can choose what it appears as, those tend to stick around longer because then you're only doing 1 or 2 skill trees for the ranger class, because you've got whatever it is that the character can do and whatever it is that the pet can do. Whereas if you've got it that, okay, depending on what pet you have a different thing. Biggest one you can argue that on is WoW, where Hunter has pet types. Warlock can go pet build. Mage technically can now too, so can Shaman. Yeah. I must admit, I've never played WoW, so I can't really comment. But pet management in terms of, say, classic WoW is seen as frictional. I don't necessarily need much, but it would be nice if, even if it was only in non-duty, like in open world content, if the carbuncles and the summons could stay out and actually do things. It would be cool. And like, you could even have it be that it's, well, you can choose to either summon your chocobo, or as summoner, when you summon your chocobo is actually your summon. I wouldn't even hate that, yeah. If you, as summoner, when you summon your chocobo is effectively the exact same as the chocobo is now, but it looks like whatever your summon is. I wouldn't hate that, even if that's only summoner specific. They won't do that, but that would be cool. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamity will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamity himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Having pets is easy if you just do it in a simplified way, though. Have like a handful of pet types, and divide each tameable monster into a type. Well, yes. But the thing is there that even if you only have 3 types, so let's say that you have aquatic, aerial, and terrestrial as 3 archetypes, and each of those has a slightly different skill tree or ability tree or whatever from each other, and you then have the player skill tree, that is still 4 skill trees that you need to update and keep fresh and balance for one job, when you then also have to manage all of the other jobs that you have. And like, from a development perspective, trying to keep all 4 of those trees feeling satisfying and fresh with each expansion and stuff, at least fresh enough, can be awkward. Because if your main thing for that class is that they have these pets, and then the pets don't get anything new when you go, as you level them in the new expansion, you're going to be disappointed by that. Most pets keep vanilla skill sets, they just increase potency as they level with you and maybe have some of your own skills that bolster them. Pet doesn't need new things, you get new things that command your pet, your skills and their action. Well, so like, that's your... There's people that would argue either side of that. Because what you're talking about is like the Choco that we can summon that hasn't been changed in fucking ages. So it's kind of a bit of content that now doesn't really matter. I sometimes forget to summon my Chocobo and like stuff like that. Whereas Summoner, if it was that we actually had the summon out and able to do stuff, I would kind of expect if that was something that I could build what my summon did similar to the Chocobo, I would expect their repertoire to expand alongside mine as well. Not necessarily to the same extent, they might only get 1 or 2 new things each expansion, but I'd still expect there to be some kind of increase in scope. But if you're doing that for when you've got different types of stuff, like it means that one class has a lot more content than all the other classes that you need to try and manage with each growth. And every time that you patch stuff or for balancing, you need to consider each iteration of that as well. So it effectively becomes, in the example I gave before, 3 classes instead of 1. Demonology Warlock doesn't have new shit since vanilla WoW on their summons. Just some of your skills bolster the demon. New spell let the demon do a new thing, but it's not split amongst everything to several new things. Yeah, so like I'm not saying that that's how WoW does it. And WoW's approach is definitely one that you can do, because you're only augmenting what the player can do. But there's an art, like, you would also, let's ignore what WoW, that's how WoW does it, and that WoW is successful. And let's just consider the archetype of having a pet. If you don't do it the WoW way, and you did it that they have a unique skill, like, imagine that would probably be how Path of Exile did it, because of how complicated Path of Exile skill trees are and everything else. In order to keep that thing current, you would need to expand the pet stuff as well. Path of Exile isn't a good example. There are no pets. I'm not saying that Path of Exile has pets, but if Path of Exile did, that would be, like... I'm having the argument of, from that perspective, I can understand why they don't do it that way. I'm not saying that's the way that they have to do it, but I can understand the argument of a pet class is difficult to manage if you went about it this way. I'm not saying there isn't better ways to do it. I'm not saying that other things don't do it that way. But thinking about it in that way, I can understand why they don't do that. Does that make sense? Or if I talked myself into a hole? You're just saying it can be simplified to an easy way rather than doing tons of stuff to overcomplicate a pet job. Also, we know that we may not have pet management in this game anyway, since we've seen Beastmaster in this game as utilizing monsters transforming into weapons. Yes, you did say that before. I haven't actually seen any of the stuff on Beastmaster yet, though. Personally. Because I try and stay blind. You think they could just make pets as animations that do the skills? So that's one way of doing it as well. I know that nothing on the actual job is released, I know. But I haven't seen the thing about utilizing monsters transforming into weapons. There's lots of ways to approach it. Oh, you're talking about the Bosya, Zadnor, and Ranjit stuff. Yes. No, Gwyd. That's not... Yeah, okay. You need to remember that there's the delay. So by the time that you'd said the Ranjit bit, I had already said all of my bit. I forgot the previous conversation that we'd had talking about Ranjit and that was the thing. Yes. I had forgotten that. So I had forgotten, and I thought that maybe you were talking about some kind of an article that you'd read that had been talking about it and blah, 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 blah. That shit, okay? Like, yeah, there's lots of ways to do it. The thing that I personally would like to see is having the pet command system actually be relevant. Because at the minute, the only thing you can do it for is positioning your... that you might want to do it for is positioning your fairy. And that's it. You don't think most people have thought about Beastmaster in months? People will have thought about it when level 1 was a thing. Yeah, and then forgetting you positioned your fairy, running off and having to resummon it. Exactly. But I would like to see commanding your pet separately from, like, your normal actions actually being relevant. And it maybe being that it's more about your pet's hotbar than your hotbar. Like, especially for a Beastmaster, that's what I would expect. Is it's more about commanding your specific pet to do something, and then if you switch out, the hotbar changes because you've got a different pet. But that makes it very difficult to... That would make it very difficult to manage as a normal class because of scope creeping, or scale creeping, whereas it's not necessarily difficult to do as a limited job, where, similar to, like, the blue mage, you can only have certain skills registered, or, you know, it's that, okay, well, this archetype, if we go back to the 3 archetypes, these archetypes all have, like, a pool of a total of 20 skills, and so you're only having to update a couple of skills each time, kind of thing. Personally, that's what I would like to see from Beastmaster, is that it is really more about the beast than about the player, to differentiate it from everything else that we've got, and to differentiate it from what blue mage is. Because I don't want a second blue mage. I like blue mage, don't get me wrong, and I'm interested to see what they do new with blue mage, but I don't want Beastmaster to just feel like a physical blue mage. It would be nice. You'll be interested to see which direction they take. Yeah, I kind of doubt that they go down that direction. If they do go down the Ranjit thing of you channel your beast and that changes your moveset, then you could still have it be that you get like a Pokemon style loadout of beasts, and which one you're channeling changes your hotbar, which is kind of like a half and half between blue mage and what I was just talking about. But we'll see. We'll see. 16-ish in a way. Yeah. Similar in that you're channeling it, and then it becomes your weapon, and depending on what one you're channeling, that gives you a different set of abilities. Yeah. That's very 16-esque. Sphene looks very cute here. This is a good... I like it. Oh, Wook Lamar. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, couldn't have done it without you. And once she had that barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are ne'er far. I mean, we know that Alexandria came... We know that Alexandria came from another reflection, the 9th. They have their own history. I mean, thinking about 9, the game 9, we know that summoning was quite a significant part of 9. And the royal situation with Garnet / Dagger and Akio and stuff like that, that was very significant. So if you then just explain that, okay, well, it was the Asians that taught them how to do it, and it's mentioned in their history, it wouldn't be weird to think that Calyx could have found that history, even if he only found it after he became an Endless and had so much time to do so much research. That doesn't feel difficult to explain. I do like how no one has really tried to make sure that Wook Lamart is comfortable. And I'm not sure I can see her chest rising and falling. Excuse me whilst I just stare at this woman's chest. I think that is just... That is the dead animation, the unconscious animation, isn't it? And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yeah, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. I mean, it makes sense that Alphino's the one to stay behind, as he's the established healer. Although Graha can be a healer, and Kryl is an established conjurer. She's not a white mage, but she's a conjurer. After, everyone's been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. And Y'shtola, I think, was she originally a conjurer? Or was she always... I remember she used to use a wand. I think a wand could have been either. Yeah, because you could use shields as a black mage. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? You had cudgels, though, not wands. Yeah, the wands were specifically conjurers. So yeah, she was a conjurer because she used a wand. Deep breaths, Fiend. Erenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment's efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as allies. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I'm concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. You literally just did an announcement to all of Alexandria. They know what your voice sounds like. Then why not speak with Mahuswa? Or Mahusa. She works the fields at Yipye's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she'll surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I should do just that. Thank you, Kral. Bah. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepoane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm sure I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's Fiend, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me, for everyone. Now I really should get going. We still have to keep things running without Pepoane and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porksies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gosen to spread the word. Our outskirts tour's cancelled, 'twould seem. By the way, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Liolol. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had hoped to ask you a different favour. Would you mind looking in on Gululjar? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Erenville. If you ask Tarpu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. Sorry. I was stroking the cat, and so there's cat hair everywhere again. She was enjoying it, though. I need to brush the shit out of you. Ah, I know that voice. Oh yeah, because she's blind. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gululjar, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we'd noticed anyone who'd been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he'll heed my advice. I believe he ran off toward the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Oh, hey, Statis. I've not seen you in a while. Hey, Aaronville.
Oh, welcome back.
Hiya.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
The upskirt in this mount is not something I'd describe as comfortable.
Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
It's a lot. Anytime that you tilt the mount slightly up.
To be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
Some of them are worse, though.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
If it helps, I'm pretty sure it's a swimsuit.
With the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
And get stronger and protect them.
So weak.
You'll grow into your strength. Those who know weakness first often become the strongest, that's true. And they know how to use the strength, which is important.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here.
What is this, Final Fantasy X?
I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Oh.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
All three of them? I also like how you've got Zeraljar's original blades.
Decided on.
Like his Turali blades, not his Alexandrian ones.
Good for you, Gululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Zoro style. 2 in the hand, 1 in the mouth. I mean, he probably has a big enough mouth for it. But the issue is that the one in his mouth would have to be Othus's sword, which is the biggest and heaviest one. You want to fight me? Hey, it's fine. I'm a healer. I'll cardio him and then hit him with the laser. So he'll die, but then I'll heal him. Listen, it's all about jaw training. Yeah. You need to train the jaw to deal with a big sword. Wait, are we still talking about Zoro style? Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals Otis taught me, and keeping everyone's bellies full. How's that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Having in mind that we are talking about one in each hand and one in the mouth, Zoro style seems to be appropriate. True, Zoro style can work for both. And it's important that you know how to effectively juggle each hand and the mouth so that everything comes together effectively. After! I think the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. I have so much to thank you for. Oh. Okay, this is the end of 7.3. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kefkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government's tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the keys certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. Or barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyse the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over proceedings. Several weeks later. I mean, Graha! You good, bro? Paperwork. Ah, the students of Baldessian, back at it again.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
They're using a quill to write on modern paper.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
That's very textured paper,
Where
though.
was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its
That's a
members
railway.
uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go...
Hey, Malachite.
We just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Bit of a long title.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Cute. .4 spoilers.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
Why did we bring Gosen here? This isn't the way to living memory. Or are we taking him to Tuliolo? I guess we must be.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials.
This very much so feels like a goodbye to Thrall. With the fact that it's like walking us through the zones and stuff as well.
Do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You're telling me that for the, like, effectively mayor of Alexandria, we couldn't have got some kind of carriage? Or llamas?
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing.
Oh, are they going to the gate to the
Gratitude
Golden
to the
City?
Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
Yelling from the window,
Scarcely
Steen!
sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
She's gonna meet us in the Skydeep Cenotaph, isn't she, or something?
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is!
Hey, Mablu.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
You can't get paid to smuggle her in.
A pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
The Cool Jar Jar has had one of the best arcs. Like, he's actually become a very dependable character. And who says some poignant stuff. Now, how did you get to living mem? Did we just go from... Did we just go from Tuliolal?
The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day.
Yep.
Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration.
Why isn't Shale here?
The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course.
Oh, is this place going to look
Once
nice
things are up and
again?
running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Hey, Wooglama.
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Aww.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
Oh wait, this is the Golden
Be
City,
careful.
isn't it?
Thanks.
It's the gate
Very well then.
to living
I leave
memory.
these tasks in your capable hands.
But it's at the top of Everkeep. Is that right? And that explains why they went to Tuliolal and then Skydeep Senate and then ended up here, because the portal is in Skydeep Senate. Yeah. I really hope
All right,
Erenville gets a
everyone.
better outfit
Begin.
if he's in the next expansion. It looks like it's gonna light up. Aw, hell yeah. It's pretty again, if not kinda glitchy.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Is this only temporary?
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Okay, so is this now no longer separated from the other levels? And is it back in its rightful place just at the top of Everkeep? So they're all remembering how many people they knew that died.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
So is living memory always going to just be lit up now?
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen.
Gossen, not Gosen.
With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
Because you're still the queen, bitch.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding.
You knew what you
I
were going to
meant
do.
to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation.
That's
We
right.
would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous
Queen
ruler.
in booty shorts.
The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do. The voices of the past will be your guide. What the fuck is this, Brother Bear? No, you already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
The goddamn fucking Dawntrail main theme jump scare every time.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
It never feels like it fits. It just never feels like it fits anything going on.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
That was cute. That was a cute collection of cutscenes. Thank you for your kind encouragement. Wuklamart is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I'd be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamart back to Tuliolal, but what are your plans? Do you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No. You need to stop by the palace first. Kona has been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. I have a very sleepy kitty who is, like, laid out on my desk. In the shadows, I sit. Hey, Galosha. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolal for a while. We believe in you, Galosha, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Galosha is very cute. Oh dear, our vow of reasons is out of sorts. Can you blame me, Lamati? You were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galosha? Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria. I won't pretend I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, And I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Sphere. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolal. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I'll embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older. My father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Gululjar, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. After, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions were the signs to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino's report on fantastical events. Once again, I'm in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed their desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We've yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we've believed that the departed continued their journey beyond the clouds. You'll invite our friends from Tuliolal, won't you? Of course. I know of Zaraja only by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. She said the thing! She said the thing! You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? Hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening. I've only grown more at home here ever since. What I now feel of this, a part of this new Alexandria, is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray, do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcomed as honoured guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Or comrades. Comradishes. Oh, okay. No. Oh, wait, no. If there's going to be a post cutscene, it'll be now. Remnants of Calyx. Oh, he's sweating.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
The others?
But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path.
Is it going to turn out he's an Ascian?
Imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, that's an Ascian.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our Winterer peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer? Winterer. I can't remember Winterers from any of the previous games, unless it's from one of the very early ones. As being like an established faction. But we have the remnants of the Ascians, I guess, to still contend with. And that explains how Calyx found out about primal summoning. Yeah, but as far as we know, all of the Unsundered are dead. So any Ascians that are left would be like Fandaniel. So they wouldn't be full-powered Ascians. Or full-powered Ancients. Yeah. Well, that is the end of 7.3. And that is the end of that arc. well, maybe not that arc, but that's the end of that. Those 3 patches are generally grouped together as like one set of quests, one quest line. So 7.4 is the start of the next group. Yeah, we'll do that next week. So, thank you guys very, very much for watching, and I will catch you in the next one, hopefully. We will be back tomorrow. I need to decide what we're playing, because it's not Lords of the Fallen. That's something that I kind of need to decide tonight, because I might need to download something. Okay. Well, thank you guys very, very much, and I will see you next time. Have a good one. Later.